Okay, well, good morning, everybody. It's now 9:30 a.m. and therefore time for me to start the examination hearings for the plan. Firstly, can everybody hear me okay? Yes. Excellent. Thank you very much. Someone's up in the gallery there. And secondly, could I just remind people to switch off any mobile phones or mobile devices or put them onto silent, please? Just the usual caveats. Thank you very much. I have done fines in the past, which hasn't gone down too well, but has made quite a lot of money. So just a friendly warning there, but thank you for that. Before we go any further, I think somebody from the council was going to point out the fire arrangements or toilets. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thanks, Inspector. There's no planned tests of the emergency alarm today. If the alarm does sound, everyone must leave by the designated exit route, which is down the main stairs and out of the front door. Turn left and head to the meeting place adjacent to the public toilets on Regent Grove, which is behind us over there. If the route is blocked, please use the nearest signed alternative route. If the emergency alarm goes, the lift cannot be used. A member of the Town Hall staff who will be wearing a yellow fluorescent jacket, they will assist people in the safe exit of the building. And please do not re-enter the building until the fire officer advises that it is safe to do so. I can also mention the toilet facilities in the building. So there are accessible and gents toilets located just outside the chamber on the right-hand side, and ladies' toilets are located on the mid-landing. There are further toilets at the ground floor.
Thank you for that. I'll now move on to recording and hearings. As with all the hearings, it's not going to be recorded by the Planning Inspectorate. My understanding was it wasn't going to be recorded by the council either. However, I understand this morning that it is being live streamed as we speak. I'm just wondering, has that been widely advertised to anybody? Because I didn't see anything about that on the examination web page or anything. I haven't got an issue with it personally. It's just if there are any other participants during the week who may not be aware that that's what's happening. And may not necessarily be as agreeable to that. I don't know, but it's just a question. I wasn't certainly aware that it was going to be live streamed until this morning.
Yeah, I think there might have been a misunderstanding there. I'm not entirely sure, but the council has issued a press release about these hearing statements, and I think alongside those, perhaps sent out some social media information. It's possible that they refer to the live streaming. I would need a colleague to perhaps check that.
Right. Okay. That's fine. I anticipate there's not going to be that many participants other than obviously the council team. I think there's maybe a handful of other participants during the week. As long as they're aware that that's going to be happening and they're agreeable to that, I'm fine with that. However, it's just a little flag to say that I hadn't seen anything about that or heard anything about that beforehand. So perhaps something to learn from the future, I think. Okay. And in terms of the live stream, is that being recorded or is that just a live stream? Do we know?
It is being recorded.
Right.
However, it's within our control, I believe, to determine how long that stays publicly available for on our YouTube channel.
Right. So it's on YouTube. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone here from the press at all? No. Okay. In that case, I can move along rather swiftly from that. In that case, we'll get on to the main business. My name is Andrew McCormack, and I am a Chartered Town Planner and I'm the inspector appointed to undertake this examination. I'm appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act it's a mouthful, I'll now refer to it as the Act, to hold this examination into the soundness of the Warwick Net Zero Carbon Development Plan document, from now on going to be known as the Plan or the DPD, and to produce a report to the Council in due course on my conclusions and recommendations on actions or changes needed in relation to soundness. Specifically, my role is to assess whether the plan satisfies the requirements of the 2004 Act, the relevant regulations in relation to the preparation of the document, and whether it is sound. In order to be sound, the plan should be positively prepared, justified, effective, and consistent with national policy as defined in the National Planning Policy Framework. This plan has been examined using the guidance set out in the National Planning Policy Framework that was issued in July 2021, and it is supported by the National Planning Practice Guidance Note, or the NPPG. This is an electronic document on the government's website that is continuously updated, and therefore your observations during the examination should be based on that up-to-date guidance. You may be aware, as I'm sure you are, that the consultation has just closed on a potential update to the framework, which I think closed on Friday. At this point in time, that is just a consultation. It does not hold particular weight at this stage, but it's just something to be aware of, that as the examination moves forward, that may come more into play as we go forward. Ian Kemp, who sat at the back of the room there, is my programme officer, and he is an independent officer of the examination. He works under my guidance, undertaking the administration of the examination, as well as acting as a go-between, or as an important connection and communication between me and everyone else during the examination. And I know that from experience he's working very hard to make sure that this is all running very smoothly. So if there is anything you wish to raise with myself to do with the examination going forward, then please could you contact Ian in the first instance. And I'm sure you've all got his contact details, or in fact just grab him during the sessions. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to help. So just a few words on potential changes to the plan going forward as a result of the examination. Under the revised Section 20 of the 2004 Act, inspectors are no longer make recommendations for modifications that affect soundness unless they're specifically requested to by the local authority. In this case, I can confirm that the Council has asked me to look at that and to recommend any changes or main modifications that may be necessary to make the plan sound. I'm aware that Council have put forward some proposed modifications already at Regulation 22 stage. These have been put forward as mainly minor modifications, or indeed exclusively minor modifications, or I'm sure we'll come to discuss those throughout the week as to whether that is the case. In any event, any main modifications that may arise will need to be consulted upon before we move forward to the end of the examination. And this will happen in due course, in addition to any of the further additional modifications that the Council may believe that need to be done. I should just point out that my examination is focused purely on the main modifications, so any additional modifications that the Council has identified, that is for them to do. I don't have any jurisdiction over that, so if you wanted to make changes that are termed minor or additional modifications, then that would be for the Council. I don't need to look at that as part of my remit for this examination. So in line with the national policy, the starting point for the examination is the assumption that the Council has submitted what it considers to be a sound plan. Those seeking changes to that plan must demonstrate why it is unsound, and must do that by reference to the tests of soundness which I've outlined in the National Planning Policy Framework. I, as well as the Council, need to know why the plan is not sound, and any precise wording required to make the changes to make it sound. Any changes to the plan will result in two particular ways. Firstly, if the Council, on hearing evidence during the examination, consider that themselves the plan to be unsound, that they will be prepared to make some changes to it. And this will be discussed and put forward either during the hearing sessions or afterwards in writing. Secondly, if I myself have heard the arguments during the examination and have considered the evidence and considered that an aspect of the plan is unsound, in which case I will point this out verbally during the examination hearings or at the roundup session at the end of the week. Or if it's more detailed, complex information, then it will be in writing after the examination hearings have concluded. Just a word on statements and written representations. I'll just sort of say that I have already read and will be taking into account all of the written evidence that's been submitted from all parties, and this includes the hearing statements that have been submitted for these hearings. This means that in our discussions you'll not need to rehearse any of the arguments you've put forward in the statements verbatim. All material that will be referred to in the discussion should be on the examination webpage in the examination library now. And any additional information should be put to the programme officer to be advertised and published as well, if any is forthcoming during the hearings this week. However, I would discourage any additional information unless there's exceptional reasons why that is there. Anything we refer to should be out in the public domain now. The hearing sessions themselves, my guidance note was published back in January, setting out the procedures for the hearing sessions and how written evidence will be dealt with. I would hope that all of you have read those guidance notes as well. There's a published hearings timetable on the examination webpage, which currently is at version 3. That is the latest one, and you'll note that each sitting day has been identified as having 2 3-hour sessions in the main, for the most part, and that there is reserved time identified at the end of the week, Friday afternoon, should we need it. This is to sort of accommodate any additional discussions that we may not reach at the end of the allocated sessions during the week. Please make a note of that reserved time if you're involved during the week and that you're available to attend that if possible. During each hearing session, we'll have a short adjournment of about 15 to 20 minutes, and this will be to allow time or sufficient time for a change of participants if that's required for a different topic, or if we're continuing the same matters, just for a reasonable comfort break. And then for lunch, I would hope that we'd have at least a minimum of an hour, which I would anticipate that we should do. I've not produced any agendas for each of the hearing sessions. We will just be using the questions in the Matters, Issues and Questions document that I produced as a guide for discussions. And we will consider each of those questions as we go through each session in that basis. However, I will invite people to make contributions as we go through to aid the discussion, taking that forward. I'm expecting a brief introduction from the council at each of the sessions as well, just to set the scene about what the matter is dealing with or what the topic is, and the reasoning behind certain aspects of the council's approach in the DPD. And that will be really just to set the scene for everybody in the discussion, and then I'll be inviting comments from other parties as well as any questions I have myself, and we'll take things forward in that respect. Probably won't matter so much this morning, I think, but if you do wish to make a comment or discussion, the traditional way of identifying that you wish to speak is to append your, what we call Toblerones, the nameplate, just to indicate that you wish to speak, and then attract my attention. I think in the case this week, I'll pretty much be able to see what's going on in terms of that, but it's just a time-honoured tradition of Toblerones being appended, and I'll bring you into the conversation at an appropriate time. But please do remember to put down your nameplates after you've had your say as well, so we don't get a bit confused as to if you're still wishing to speak. In some instances in the discussion, I may play devil's advocate in terms of challenging any questions or approaches. This does not reflect my view on anything particularly. It's just really to sort of challenge any aspects of the plan and to sort of see where things are going, and to test the evidence so that I'm satisfied it is enough to make my report. I may also be taking up points of parties or representations that have been made that people aren't here to represent themselves, so just to sort of test the evidence there as well in some cases. And it's really just to sort of explore for me this week how much evidence I need so that I can go in and write my report. We're almost there, I think, in terms of what I wanted to say. Just the final point really is that the examination will remain open until my report is issued to the council. Again, I'll be not expecting any further representations to be made after the hearings unless I specifically request for that as a result of anything that may come out of the discussions this week. And then at the end of the hearing sessions, at the wrap-up session on Friday, I'll hopefully be able to give an indication of the likely timescales for the next stages of the examination in terms of if there are main modifications, what the timescale for that might be in terms of consultation, etc. Is there any questions? Are there any questions on what I've said there? It's been a bit of a canter through anything there, but in that case, can I ask you all to introduce yourselves, starting perhaps at the end here.
Good morning, Inspector. My name's Alan Reid. I'm Councillor Alan Reid. I'm the portfolio holder for climate change and environment, and have been the force behind this DPD, if you like.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrew Cornfoot. I'm the Business Manager for Planning Policy and Site Delivery at Warwick District, which essentially means I manage planning policy at Warwick District.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Paul Slater from Edgar's Limited, firm of planning consultants, and we've been assisting Warwick District Council with the preparation of the DPD.
Thank you.
Good morning, Barbara Carroll from Infusion, and we're specialists in SA, SEA, HRA and all the other IAs.
Very good, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Yep, you want to? You're here next.
Good morning, my name is Marina Goodyear. I'm from Bioregional. We are a sustainable development, sustainable construction specialist, and we've been working on the evidence base behind the plan to look at what's feasible, what the cost uplifts might be, and to help draft the policy wording along with Edgar's. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Amit Brach. I'm Principal Planning Policy Officer working for Warwick District Council.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe the council has an opening statement it wishes to make, and I think that is going to be shared between Mr. Cornfoot and Councillor Reid. Yeah. So if you'd like to do that now, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Inspector. I'll say a few words first, and then we'll pass on to Councillor Reid. So firstly, just to say that during the course of the hearing sessions, as we've obviously introduced some colleagues here, we will be inviting representatives from Warwick District Council, Warwickshire County Council, and other consultants that have supported us in the production of the DPD to assist in the roundtable discussion. Some of those consultants are here today, others will be joining on other days as appropriate. So I just wanted to say a few words setting out the Council's commitment to climate change, a bit of context, the purpose of the DPD, and if it's okay with you, Inspector, just to give a high-level introduction to the policies in the DPD. So first thing I wanted to say is to state Warwick District Council is absolutely fully committed to tackling climate change. At its meeting on the 26th of June 2019, the Council unanimously declared a climate emergency. In doing so, the Council accepted the United Nations Intercontinental Panel on Climate Change's conclusion that global warming above 1.5 degrees greatly increases climate change risks and that ambitious action was required to limit global warming. The Council made 7 commitments in that statement. The first 2 I shall now read out. Number 1, becoming a net zero carbon organisation, including contracted out services by 2025. Number 2, facilitating decarbonisation by local businesses, other organisations and residents so that total carbon emissions within Warwick District are as close to zero as possible by 2030. The development plan that is being considered at these hearing sessions has been prepared as a critical strand in the Council's response to the Climate Emergency Declaration. In February 2020, the Council agreed a Climate Emergency Action Plan, a CEAP, to address the Climate Emergency Declaration, providing a roadmap for the district to get to net zero. This recognises the importance of planning and action to develop and implement policies that will deliver improved net zero carbon building standards. In June 2020, the Council appointed a Programme Director for Climate Change, Dave Barber, to operate at a very senior level within the organisation, recognising the importance of this area of work to the Council. Subsequently, the Council has made a number of further appointments to positions relating to mitigating the effects of climate change and climate change adaptation. Unfortunately, Dave Barber is unable to attend today, so I'd like to give his apologies. In November 2021, the Council's Climate Change Action Programme was established, and this includes the following commitment. We will require new build housing to be net zero in operation through the introduction of planning policies which set clear building standards for energy efficiency, heating systems, renewable and low carbon energy sources, and, if necessary, carbon offsetting. The action programme was also shaped by Warwick's Climate Change People's Inquiry, which convened during 2020 and 2021. And the second highest priority recommendation from the People's Inquiry was that every new house must be carbon neutral. WDC should refuse all planning applications for new housing that is not carbon neutral. So that was a recommendation coming out of that People's Inquiry. In addition to this DPD, the Council is undertaking a local plan review and is preparing a joint South Warwickshire local plan with Stratford-on-Avon District Council. It is the intention that the South Warwickshire local plan, or SWLP, currently envisaged for adoption by the end of 2025, will contain a detailed suite of climate change policies. So if I can just provide a bit more context to the background as to why this DPD is important to the Council. 40% of carbon emissions in Warwick District are from buildings. And as you will know, Inspector, from having read the DPD, this document is about buildings, net zero carbon buildings. Around 1,000 dwellings per year are built in the district, and there's no sign that that's likely to slow down in the future. The Climate Change Action Programme makes a commitment to reduce the district's carbon emissions by 55% by 2030. This is ambitious, and it has unanimous support from the District Council elected members, and the ambition simply cannot be achieved if we keep adding carbon emissions through new buildings. Our existing local plan policies are inadequate to achieve the stated aims of the Council. They don't provide the framework for delivering low carbon or net zero carbon building standards. Houses currently being built will need to be retrofitted in the future. Not only is this impacting on carbon, built evidence suggests it's far more expensive to retrofit than to deal with the carbon emissions at the time of construction. And just to set out the purpose of the DPD, which is set out in the document itself, albeit what I will read out is the version as per the suggested modifications we submitted. So the DPD sets out the following purpose. It aims to focus on minimising carbon emissions from existing and new buildings within the district to support the achievement of national and local carbon reduction targets. To work towards this aim, the DPD is designed to ensure that new development's contribution to the district's carbon deficit is minimised and that new homes do not add to the significant number of existing buildings in the district that will need costly and disruptive retrofit as part of the local and national transition to achieve net zero carbon. By bringing forward performance standards equivalent to the Future Home Standard 2 years in advance of its national introduction, the new homes should not need future retrofit, and by collecting carbon offset payments, the DPD will raise funds to deliver other vital but currently underfunded actions necessary for the national and local transition to net zero, such as additional renewable energy, retrofit of other existing buildings, or creation of woodland. So I would like to give an overview of the 6 DPD policies, but if it's okay, Inspector, if I could pass to Councillor Reid to say a few words. Sure.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Inspector. I don't want to repeat too much of what Andrew said, but I think it is worth repeating that this DPD is central to our climate change action plan. And because it was unanimously approved in Council, it is not a party political matter at all. I think it's also interesting to note that the Council is putting into action in all of its current affordable housing projects the sort of proposals that this DPD wishes to implement against private developers. It is interesting to note that a private developer on one of those new estates where the Council is implementing the carbon reduction measures has since expressed regret to my housing portfolio colleague that they had not also followed such a carbon reduction path in their part of the development. It is also interesting to note that 2 house builders, Hayfield Homes and Redrow, have publicly decreed that all new homes that they build will have heat pumps and none will be connected to the gas grid. Finally, if central government is going to achieve their 600,000 heat pump target, then there has to be a huge step change in the rules governing building construction. It seems to me that the huge current private house building programme, which continues to install gas boilers, is extremely short-sighted when in a few years' time, all of these will have to be retrofitted with carbon-free technologies. That's all I wish to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So moving on to the DPD policies. The submitted DPD contains 6 policies, and I'll just give a very high-level overview of what those 6 policies are all about. So the first policy, NZC1, Achieving Net Zero Carbon Development. It's an overarching policy that requires new development to achieve net zero operational regulated carbon emissions by implementing the energy hierarchy, which is set out in the DPD. The energy hierarchy seeks to address carbon emissions sequentially through 3 stages. Firstly, reducing energy demands. So development should be designed to minimise demand for energy in operation, thereby minimising carbon emissions. 2, zero and low carbon energy sources. To meet energy demands in operation, development should incorporate or utilise zero or low carbon energy sources. And 3, carbon offsetting. Developments that result in residual operational carbon emissions, having incorporated stages 1 and 2, will be subject to carbon offsetting requirements to bring the total operational carbon emissions to operational net zero. The policy will require the submission from applicants of an energy statement demonstrating the application of the energy hierarchy and setting specific percentage reductions in carbon emissions for both dwellings and non-residential buildings. Second policy is policy NZC2A, making buildings energy efficient. The energy efficiency of buildings has a significant part to play in achieving the Council's net zero aims. The policy seeks reductions in carbon emissions through improvements to energy efficiency measures beyond those required by building regulations. Third policy, NZC2B, zero or low carbon energy sources and zero carbon ready technology. This policy requires the energy statement to demonstrate that additional renewable, zero and low carbon energy technologies have been provided on site to achieve the carbon reductions required by policy NZC1 and achieve on-site net zero operational carbon wherever possible. However, by maximising energy efficiency of buildings through the second policy, NZC2A, the energy demands of buildings will be significantly reduced, and therefore NZC2B covers residual energy demands. Policy NZC2C, carbon offsetting. Offsetting should only be used where a developer has maximised on-site carbon reductions through applying the earlier policies NZC2A and NZC2B. Offsetting will only be acceptable where it's demonstrated that it's the only option available to make development, to bring forward development having incorporated stages 1 and 2 of the energy hierarchy. Offsetting contributions will be secured through Section 106 agreements and will go towards the Council's carbon offsetting fund or at the Council's discretion, a verified local offsetting, off-site offsetting scheme. The final two policies, NZC3, embodied carbon. This policy relates to major developments and requires the applicant to demonstrate how the embodied carbon of the proposed materials to be used in the development has been considered and reduced where possible, including with regard to the type, life cycle and source of materials to be used. It also requires larger major developments, both residential and non-residential, to be accompanied by a whole life assessment of the materials used. And the final policy, NZC4, existing buildings. This policy provides a positive approach to reducing carbon emissions in existing buildings through low carbon energy supply, energy efficiency measures and micro renewables, whilst recognising this needs to be sensitive in historic locations. It requires developments to demonstrate a consideration to sustainable construction and design and also to consider alternatives to conventional fossil fuel boilers. And the final thing I'd like to say in this opening is, as you're aware, Inspector, the Council has submitted various evidence and supporting documents as part of this examination, and that includes, amongst other things, viability testing and an energy and sustainability policy review. A sustainability appraisal has also been undertaken, as well as a habitats regulations assessment and a health impacts assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's a very helpful opening statement and overview of the policies there. So, very good. Thank you very much. At this point, I was just going to take a brief adjournment because we'd reached our end of our openings, really, and we're moving on to the first matter. I'm still going to do that. I'm going to take a brief adjournment, about 10 minutes, just so we can get started on matter 1 and taking that forward. I believe it's probably still just the council who are going to be involved in that as well, so I'm not expecting anybody else. So if we can just adjourn now for 10 minutes until 10:15, and then we'll start with matter 1 and the legal and procedural requirements. Thank you. Oh, no, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Right, thank you, everybody. It's 10:15, so the hearing's now resumed. We're now going to come on to consider matter 1 on the programme, and this relates to the legal and procedural requirements for the DPD. This is really just to sort of ensure that all of the required stages and steps have been undertaken in the preparation of the plan, and the regulations have been met. And just to sort of satisfy myself that that has happened. Obviously, I've read the statements that have been produced and also the evidence that's been provided. But it's really just a sort of an opportunity for me just to clarify anything that's that needs to be clarified in my mind. I'm just going to move that blind a little bit. Could you just move it to the sunshine? As lovely as it is, it's to the one actually. I think. Yeah. Sorry. Maybe not. Oh, it's a bit large, isn't it? Of all the weather forecasts today, it wasn't forecast sunshine. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I just saw it creeping across my desk as I came back, and I thought, oh dear. That's fine. Thank you. So yes, it's really just sort of again, any questions that I've got really about the procedures that have been gone through and the steps that have been taken and get an understanding of that. So as we'll start with most of the sessions, if not all the sessions, so I can just ask the council just to sort of give a bit of an introduction as to what it did really, or what's done in terms of the legal requirements to get to this stage. You know, the regulations, the act and following that, and what has been done in terms of consultation as well, those sorts of things. So who wants to lead on that? Mr. Comfort.
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. I think firstly, I'd like to just touch on the relationship between the DPD and the local plan, if that's okay, and unless that's something you were wanting to come on to separately.
That is, so then I'm going to cover, but please, that's what you want to start, that'd be helpful.
Okay. So yeah, as identified in our opening statement, the current local plan policies don't go far enough to enable the council to achieve its net zero targets. That said, the DPD does look to be, I suppose, complementary to the local plan. The local plan does address climate change as being an important objective. One of the policies, strategic policies, DS3, supporting sustainable communities, refers to the council promoting high quality new development, including delivering a low carbon economy and environmental sustainability. And the local plan has various policies aimed at the delivery of sustainable development, and in our written statement, we set out specific policies in the local plan of relevance to the DPD. In particular, there's 3 existing climate change policies of relevance. The policies in the DPD support and expand those within the local plan, and as set out earlier, they are a response to the climate emergency declaration by the council. So in terms of the preparation of the DPD, the council has undertaken two consultations at Regulation 18 and 19 stages, and at the Regulation 18 stage, I don't have the figures to hand, but there were a number of representations received, and the council did look to consider those representations and kind of incorporate them into amendments we made to the DPD, which we consulted on at Regulation 19 stage, and then submitted to the Inspectorate. The plan has been prepared to comply with national legislation, and we feel we've followed all relevant legislation and guidance in the course of the preparation of the plan. One particular aspect was the importance of adhering to sustainability appraisal regulations and habitat regulations, and I'm sure we'll come on to it, but Barbara at Infusion has supported the council with the preparation of the essay, which has been approached in an iterative, ongoing manner, and so was published at the Reg 18 stage and was updated subsequently for the Reg 19 consultation. With regards to national planning policy and the NPPF, we're confident that the DPD adheres to the NPPF and is complementary to it. Paragraph 152 of the NPPF states the planning system should support the transition to a low carbon future in a changing climate, and that it should contribute to radical reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. That's the planning system should contribute to radical reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and help to support renewable and low carbon energy. I know, Inspector, you'll know the NPPF, but paragraph 153 also states that plans should take a proactive approach to mitigating and adapting to climate change, and that's what we feel we've done with this DPD. Just covering kind of another aspect of regulations. So, with regards to the duty to cooperate, the council considers that it has fully engaged with relevant bodies and has fulfilled its requirements. You'll note that there isn't a statement of common ground with neighbouring authorities. The council has discussed the DPD and has provided regular opportunities for nearby authorities in Coventry, Solihull and Warwickshire to raise and discuss any cross-boundary issues with the plan. So I think we say in our statement that we have monthly meetings of a group called CSWAPO, Coventry, Solihull, Warwickshire Association of Planning Officers. Yeah, very catchy. And that's a really good opportunity to have that regular dialogue. And a standing item on every agenda is local plan updates, where each authority does discuss its emerging plans. We didn't feel there were that the DPD gave rise to many strategic matters, really, with perhaps only carbon offsetting having slightly wider implications, and that has been addressed through joint working under the Warwickshire Ecosystems Services Trading Protocol, and that's something which a County Council colleague, Dave Lowe, will talk about in more detail in session 5. So yeah, just to conclude on the point of duty to cooperate, we also consulted all of those nearby authorities through both consultations of the plan. We've only received representations from one of the local authorities, that's Warwickshire County Council, and they've made representations in support of the plan. I think that's all I was going to say now, so I'll pass back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, just on the duty to cooperate in the consultations, other than the neighbouring authorities, were there other consultations that you've undertaken? For example, the national bodies, people like that, and what their response has been, if you have?
Yeah, we've consulted national bodies as set out in the I think the prescribed bodies, and I don't believe any have made any representations the Regulation 19 stage of the plan. I think it's also worth noting that the kind of environment bodies we also sought to engage with them from the outset with the sustainability appraisal work, and we did receive representations from two, and I can't remember which two off the top of my head, but yeah, Natural England and Historic England.
I think that's what I'd seen, the letters, and I think that was, you've clarified that was just to do with the sustainability appraisal rather than anything wider on that, so
yeah,
that's fine.
And just on that point, yes, we received responses from Natural England and Historic England. We did also seek to engage with the Environment Agency, but didn't receive a response, and did follow that up on multiple occasions. But
and just in terms of your consultation strategy, if you like, I suppose, you got a statement of community involvement for the council. Presumably you've followed that as well in terms of what you've been doing for this DPD?
Yes, the council does have an adopted statement of community involvement. It's actually something that we are going to be reviewing and updating in the near future. It was last updated during the pandemic, I think in April 2020. There's a section in the SCI on how the council will approach the preparation of different documents and who it will consult. And my understanding is that we have followed the content of the SCI.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I just wanted to turn to the sustainability appraisal aspects of it now. Obviously, that's been undertaken. There's the documents that have been provided for that. I think you mentioned it was an iterative process, so that presumably, I don't know whether that's going to be Ms. Carroll to respond or yourself, but whoever, that has started almost at day one with the DPD, and presumably in terms of taking it forward, looking at the aspects of it. The methodology presumably is a standard methodology, if there's such a thing, for that. What happens really with the sustainability appraisal as far as the DPD was concerned?
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, a proportionate and appropriate approach was taken to the SA because, of course, the adopted local plan was subject to SA and HRA. So we felt it was important that the methodology should be consistent and compatible with the previous SA. So in the SA scoping report, the proposed approach was set out, and we used the same set of framework of SA objectives as had been used for the local plan assessment. So all standard methodology is set out in PPG and guidance on SEA and such like. But what we did was we grouped all the SA objectives into themes to make it more proportionate for testing a DPD such as this, which is just a single issue. So that approach, and also with the HRA, we'll stay with the SA for the moment, so we'll come to the HRA separately. So the SA scoping report was sent to the 3 statutory environmental bodies, of whom the key ones of Natural England and Historic England came back and agreed with the proposed approach. So that scoping was undertaken in May 21. Then there was an initial SA report at the Reg 18 stage, setting out the SA findings and the methodology and the results of the scoping consultation. And then that was updated at the Reg 19 stage. And again, told the story of how the DPD had changed and how the SA had informed the development of the DPD.
Just in terms of
Yes, so at the initial assessment stage, there hadn't been any reasonable alternatives identified. And as a result of the Reg 18 consultation, there was one representation that suggested that the council should consider two alternative scenarios, one of which would be the do nothing, because the council does have the option of doing nothing. So these two alternative scenarios were tested through the SA using the same methods, so in a comparable and consistent manner. So this is all reported in, it's explained, the approach to alternatives is explained in section 2 of the SA report, and then the actual SA findings of testing the three scenarios are all on page 36. So on page 36, paragraph 4.55, you'll find a summary of the SA findings of the three scenarios. It's sub 3. So you'll find on page 35 of the SA report, you'll find a table that summarises the findings of the three scenarios with symbols. And then on the subsequent 2 pages, you'll find a narrative that summarises the findings of the three scenarios. And perhaps most importantly, you'll find at the bottom of page 37, paragraph 4.66. Got it? Yeah. The outline reasons for progressing the DPD and the proposed approach, and that's demonstrating compliance with the SEA regs for outlining reasons of progressing reasonable alternatives.
Started out, then there weren't any reasonable alternatives, so it was just purely, it was the DPD, and that's what we were going with for it.
That's correct. The initial draft DPD, there wasn't consideration of alternatives, but then there had been this one representation that said you should consider looking at these two scenarios, and the council considered that and decided that yes, it would be reasonable to consider these. There was the do-nothing scenario. There was taking the national approach scenario. And then there was the proposed approach in the DPD, which is more proactive.
If I could add, I think those two scenarios were proposed through responses at the Regulation 18. On the face of it, I think they sound quite similar, i.e. the sort of do nothing means, I guess, following building regulations. And the following the national approach was similar in that regard, but what the representations were effectively saying is to introduce, essentially write a policy in the plan which introduced the Future Home Standard at 2025, so i.e. sort of delay the council's proposed approach, but write it into policy for 2025. So in that regard, they were quite similar, but a slight distinction.
In fact, the DPD was something, the approach that could bring something in more quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
The environmental bodies responded, or two of them did, responded to the SA scoping and HRA screening stage and endorsed the approach, yeah. Not that I'm aware of. What's interesting about Warwick District is there is actually only one very small and isolated sack called Enser's Pool. So it's kind of like quite isolated, and it's just designated for one small species which doesn't move around. So the HRA was undertaken for the local plan, of course. But since 2017, as you're aware, there's been case law, and the whole methodology for HRA has changed. So because we felt there wasn't really an issue, we took quite a pragmatic approach, which is we explained in the SA and HRA scoping report, and explained primarily to Natural England that there is only this one isolated site, so the risk is very, very low. And our approach was, although the methodology and the approach has changed between the screening and the appropriate assessment stages now of HRA, we were proposing a pragmatic approach because we're really updating it, the HRA that had been carried out for the local plan, which is all absolutely fine, for this one single issue DPD. So any any agreed with our approach, and that was the important thing. So they agreed with our approach. So we were able to, and they also suggested be mindful of the Severn Estuary, Sack and Spa, which is a long way away, but there's potentially functionally linked land that could be affected. But we were able to demonstrate that this is just so far away and unlikely to be affected by this particular DPD. So basically, we were able to show that due process had been undertaken and updated from the local plan HRA, and also proportionately demonstrated that actually the DPD will not have any adverse effects, either alone or in combination with other plans and projects, on the integrity of internationally designated sites. So, we didn't hear back from any at the Reg 19 stage, so I think they were happy with the proposed approach, and so they've endorsed the findings of the HRA.
Sorry, Inspector. Could I ask that you use the microphone? please,
Sorry,
when-
I thought I did. It keeps going. Sorry, can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes. So just turn it on when you speak and press it off.
Right. Okay. Well, it sounds so simple. Maybe I actually may have knocked it off from my book there, so apologies for that. Sorry, yes. So in terms of, we're moving on to the health, there was a health impact assessment that was undertaken. Does somebody want to just give me a bit of a run through on what's been done about that? Please.
Inspector, I'll start off by saying something, and Paul may want to add. I think it's fair to say that the health impact assessment that we did undertake for the DPD was fairly light touch, based on the nature of the DPD and the kind of the single issue that is covered by the DPD. So fairly light touch, but we felt was proportionate to the DPD.
Is this something that's been built on what was done for the local plan again? Is this another one of those sorts of circumstances or not?
Not especially, I don't think. I think it was very much kind of a standalone health impact assessment for this DPD, rather than building on what had gone before with the local plan.
There's probably not a huge amount more, to add to that. It was I guess, a proportionate sort of response to the focused nature of the DPD. It followed essentially a two-stage process. The first being a screening stage, and followed by the health impact assessment stage, dealing with those areas where there was potential for some impact. I think the areas where there was potential for some impact, the DPD actually has sort of more positive effects by, I guess, positively affecting the environmental conditions within the area, both through comfort, as it would be sort of within buildings, reducing issues such as fuel poverty through energy efficiency, and through the reduction of emissions, also positive effects on the sort of general environment through that. So yes, a brief health impact assessment was prepared, assessing those areas where it could have some impact on health.
Yeah, and that's not really met with any opposition, has it? I don't think. It's just been, yeah, it's something that's needed to be done, but it hasn't attracted anything adverse.
I don't believe there was any comments on it at the
Yep.
Regulation 19 stage.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Just moving on, an equalities impact assessment, has that been undertaken as well? I haven't seen anything too much on that, but if there's...
Just to finish off about the health impact assessment,
Yeah.
of course, some of the SA objectives that were used to test the emerging DPD, some of them are very directly involved in health and well-being, and others indirectly, and it's also interconnected. So there are key SA objectives on health and well-being, housing, access to services, reducing poverty, reducing crime, sustainable transport. So a lot of those are covered. The equalities impact assessment, again, and it was undertaken and integrated within the SA, and it was a standard methodology that was used. And if you go to page 41 of sub 3, you'll see the summary findings. Absolutely, and but likely to have, I mean, the EQI found that overall the DPD was likely to enhance the local environment, reducing risks associated with the effects of climate change, and thus with improvements in well-being for all people, not just protected groups. And there could be further positive effects indicated for age and disability groups, since these include people with particular vulnerabilities. So, but no negative equality impacts identified.
Get used to this. It's only day one. And again, there hasn't been anything come back from in consultation or responses to say the equality impact assessment is not.
I don't think there have been any reps on the EQIA
no,
at all.
no.
Yeah.
So, and therefore, council's view is that its public sector equality duty has been met. Yeah. Okay.
And as stated in the essay in para 4.85, so that's reported.
Yeah.
Just to confirm, there's within the regulation 22 consultation summary report, there's actually a section on the SA and the HIA, starting, it's paragraph 4.24, page 60, of which it identifies the comments on the SA. And there was, one comment, I'd say, on the HIA, just to go back to that, from Barton Wilmore. I guess they suggested or they identified, obviously, that it's not a statutory requirement, which obviously is something that, we agree with, but good practice. And obviously they made some limited comments on that, to which we've sort of responded, as I've just alluded. So just to clarify on that.
Okay, thank you. I've not really got too much more to ask on these points, other than just going back to where we are with the development plan. Just as context, we've got the adopted local plan, which I think was adopted in 2017, and the DPD now, which is coming forward to try and enhance and support the relevant policies in that local plan relating to carbon emissions, climate change, sustainability. That bit I can understand in terms of updating policy and enhancing it and getting things moving. In terms of the forthcoming plan that's happening, the joint South Warwickshire local plan, how will the DPD sit with that? Because I think what you mentioned either in your openings or just in this session now is that there will be policies, there have to be policies that will be dealing with the issues that the DPD before us is going to be dealing with. So what happens then with the DPD once the South Warwickshire local plan is hopefully adopted, which I think you mentioned was hopefully going to be end of 2025. So that leaves a window really of, if the DPD is successfully adopted later this year, towards the end of this year, you've got a 2-year window effectively, and then there's going to be more policies coming in. So what's the relationship between this DPD and the forthcoming Warwickshire Local Plan, South Warwickshire Local Plan?
Yes, so the South Warwickshire Local Plan, as you've indicated, Inspector, is we're hoping for adoption by the end of 2025, as per the timetable in the local development scheme. As part of the South Warwickshire Local Plan, I think there are, off the top of my head, 6 kind of overarching principles, one of which is about tackling climate change. That will sit at the heart of the South Warwickshire Local Plan. So we're not at the stage where we've developed detailed policies for that plan yet. However, we will be looking to incorporate quite stringent, quite detailed policies around the issues of climate change mitigation and adaptation. So it may be that the South Warwickshire Local Plan goes beyond the extent of what the policies in this DPD look to do, and if that's the case, then the DPD would be superseded at that point in time. We appreciate that it may mean that the DPD potentially has quite a short life. However, for the reasons and given the context I set out in our opening statement, it's critical that the council does look to do all it reasonably can as soon as possible to address the issue of climate change. Hence why we've progressed with this DPD, rather than taking the view that, okay, we'll just wait for the South Warwickshire Local Plan to come along, or we'll just wait for the adoption of the Future Home Standard. So I suppose in short, it's likely that the South Warwickshire Local Plan will have policies that ultimately will supersede this DPD, but in the interim, we consider the DPD policies to be critical in the council achieving its stated aims and in response to the climate emergency.
Okay. I suppose as well with the South Warwickshire Local Plan, that's being done in conjunction with, is it Stratford? So it's just the two authorities, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So I would suspect that policies in that South Warwickshire Local Plan will be across those 2 boroughs, as opposed to what the DPD is here now, which will just be for the Warwick district. So there'd be a bit of a, what's the word? A bit of a mismatch, I suppose. It's not the right word, but you know, one will be replying to Warwickshire, the other one will be replying the other one will be replying to the 2 authorities. So there's a bit of a
yes. There is, however, if it's the case that the South Warwickshire Local Plan policies go beyond the policies in this DPD, we'll make it clear that this DPD is superseded, and therefore there won't be any kind of confusion there. And yes, just to clarify, it is a joint plan between Warwick and Stratford. It's a plan that is being progressed in multiple parts. So the phase 1 is kind of strategic plan. but because of the importance of climate change, those climate change policies will form part of the Part 1 plan, and then there will be multiple parts, and it may be that in those further parts, subsequent parts to the South Warwickshire Local Plan, there may be Warwick-specific documents and there may be Stratford-specific documents at that stage.
Okay, so in terms of the reference to the adoption in 2025, late 2025, that just refers to the Part 1 section of the plan, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What stage are we at with the SWLP then, at this point in time?
So a consultation ended yesterday. We've undertaken 2 consultations on the plan. The first one was an initial scoping consultation, and there was an initial call for sites as part of that process. And we have just closed a consultation on issues and options, and that consultation ran for 8 weeks. We have a very significant number of representations we will need to be reviewing as we take that forward, with the next stage proposed to be a preferred option stage. And I suppose it's worth saying, Inspector, at the outset, you mentioned the proposed changes to the NPPF, which have been out to consultation. The 2 councils have taken the decision to continue with the preparation of the South Warwickshire Local Plan, kind of despite, I suppose, a degree of uncertainty around the framework going forwards. So yeah, that's our position in terms of the future of the plan.
Thank you. That was going to be a follow-up question, really, about that plan, but also about the DPD here. Now, I mentioned in my openings that it is just a consultation, which is just closed on the NPPF update at the moment, but it's not. It's something that we should be aware of, although it's not in force as such at the minute. But is there anything, just while we're on that subject, in the NPPF update that raises any kind of concerns or issues for the council in terms of the DPD that might be appearing in the NPPF coming forward?
Off the top of my head, Inspector, I don't think that there are. This council has submitted a response to government on the consultation. I was heavily involved in drafting our response, and I don't think I or colleagues picked up anything which may be specifically of interest and relevance to this DPD.
That's fine. Yeah, just to get some clarification on that. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay, I have nothing further really on the legal or procedural requirements, so thank you for that. It's been helpful just to clarify those points and answer the questions I have. Is there anything else from anybody that wishes to raise on that before we adjourn for this afternoon? No? Okay, in that case, thank you very much for your contribution this morning. We will adjourn now until, I think it's 1:30 this afternoon, and we will be discussing the overarching strategy matter 2 at that session. I think we'll be joined by some other parties on the other side of the room, so there'll be slightly more of a balance as my neck muscles can move that way as well this year. So, so thank you very much for that, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. think just as we've got some new people around the table, I should probably just do a very brief introduction. My name's Andrew McCormack. I'm the inspector who's been appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the examination into the net zero carbon DPD. We went through a little bit this morning where you went here that this proceedings are being live streamed. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but do either of you have an objection to appearing in a live stream and any subsequent recording that there may be of? No? No, okay, that's fine. Just thought best to double check before we do go any further with that. Thank you. So this hearing session is part of a process of hearings this week, which we'll be looking at the DPD. This particular one is going to be looking at the overarching strategy on matter 2 that's on the schedule. And we'll be looking as part of that at policy NZC1, I think, yeah. It'll be a round table discussion fairly, I mean, I'll try and keep things fairly informal and things, but there'll be opportunity for everybody to contribute. And hopefully we'll get a bit of a discussion going about the points that are being raised. And it'll help me to sort of clarify certain aspects that I need to for writing my report. I have a few points to get through. I think what we'll usually do to start with is ask the council to make a very brief introduction as to the background and what the setting the scene is really for this particular matter and policy. And then if there are any questions I have, I'll sort of raise them there, or perhaps as we go through the proceedings, and then I'll invite other people to come forward and contribute. If you do want to speak, which is now in a time-honored tradition, I think if you could just put your nameplate up on its end, then I'll know that you want to say something and I'll bring you in at a relevant point. Okay, is that clear? Has anyone got any questions before we go any further? Okay, then in that case, then can I ask the council to make a opening statement on this, please?
Sorry, Inspector, before we do
Yes, sorry, you're right. You did ask me about the facilities. Yes. Please could you do that, which is far more important.
Yeah, so just run through the evacuation procedure and where the toilet facilities are. So there aren't any planned tests of the emergency alarm today. If the alarm does sound, everyone must leave by the designated exit route, which is down the main stairs and out of the front door, turn left and head to the meeting place adjacent to the public toilets on Regent Grove, which is just over there. If the preferred route is blocked, please use the nearest signed alternative route. And if the emergency alarm does go, the lift cannot be used in those circumstances. A member of the Town Hall staff who will be wearing a yellow fluorescent jacket, they will assist people in the safe exit of the building. And then please don't re-enter the building until the fire officer advises that it is safe to do so. In terms of the toilet facilities, accessible and gents toilets are located just outside the door, on the right-hand side here, and ladies' toilets are located on the mid-landing, so down the first set of stairs. There's further toilet facilities at the ground floor level. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you very much. Let's see really for matter 2 and the overall strategy really.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll pass to Paul Slater to make the comments on behalf of the council.
Thank you. Just as a brief introduction to policy NZC1, I'll introduce, I guess, what it is, and then why it's there, what its purpose is. Policy NZC1 requires development to achieve net zero operational regulated carbon emissions by implementing the energy hierarchy. This recognises that improving the energy efficiency and minimising our energy demand is the most cost-effective way to achieve a zero carbon energy system, and thus represents the starting point. This is to be achieved in a structured and logical fashion, with the energy hierarchy translated into a series of policies. Firstly, NZC1 requires a minimum on-site percentage reduction in carbon emissions against a baseline of building regulations for residential and non-domestic buildings. Secondly, NZC1 requires compliance with the first and second step of the energy hierarchy through NZC2A, energy efficiency, including a quantifiable reduction in carbon emissions through fabric and energy efficiency measures, and then NZC2B, zero and low carbon energy sources to deliver as a minimum, the on-site carbon reduction sought by policy NZC1 and net zero regulated carbon wherever possible. And finally, as a last resort, any residual regulated carbon emissions are to be calculated and offset to zero in accordance with policy NZC2C. The policy sets out clearly the types of development to which it applies, comprising one or more dwellings and 1,000 square metres or more of new non-residential floor space, hotels and residential institutions. Compliance with the policy is to be demonstrated through submission of an energy statement, the content of which the Council will provide further guidance on, and the initial scope of that has been provided as Appendix 1 of the Council's statement with regard to this matter. The policy also outlines performance monitoring requirements through planning conditions. This is to ensure that the quality of the development does not diminish between the grant of planning permission and construction. The policy provides an alternative compliance option through the Passive House standard with associated PHPP calculations, recognising the rigour and robustness of this standard. And finally, the policy includes flexibility to where it's either not feasible or viable to deliver the carbon reductions in the first two steps of the energy hierarchy, to be demonstrated through the energy statement before offsetting is considered acceptable. I was going to go briefly on to, I guess, introduce the specific percentage targets of NZC1, if that's okay, Inspector.
Well, I think we'll just pause there for a second, because there's a few things that perhaps we need to cover before we get to that point. One of those questions is where those targets are derived from, really, in terms of, I know you provided a calculation or an explanation as to where they've come from and the things, but it might be just quite useful to, I'll get you to perhaps run through that here in a minute or two. But just sort of as a first point, really, in terms of the principle of it, and it's very much based on the energy hierarchy. So it's setting the scene for that. And in fact, well, the whole DPD, I suppose, is set around the energy hierarchy and its implementation of that. Has that been has that been tested, or is that just a process that's been? Where did that decision come from in terms of the energy hierarchy as an approach? Was that something that was in the local plan existing wise, or is it something that was elaborated on further in the DPD?
It was an approach that was, I think it was already in the early versions of the DPD, but then it was an approach that was further developed through the policy review that was done by Bioregional. So perhaps Marina,
right.
Do you want to
Yeah,
say
absolutely.
more about that?
Yeah, so the energy hierarchy is an industry best practice process with regards to reducing the energy use and carbon of buildings. It's essentially about taking, firstly, the most effective steps, the most long-lasting steps to ensure that energy use is reduced in the long term and permanently, rather than relying on sort of offsetting too early, rather than jumping to the less effective measures, which might be cheaper but are less effective. So the energy hierarchy has been used in very, very many local plans, local adopted plan precedents, several of which were cited in our Energy and Sustainability Policy Review. Examples include the London Plan. Anyone who's worked with local plan documents will recognise the lean, clean, green structure, which is be lean, reduce energy demands first, be clean, supply energy efficiently, and then be green. And that's to add renewable energy technologies to your building to bring down the carbon as a sort of last resort. Then you would, as a further, even less preferred resort, you would then offset, and that's only where it's been shown to be really impossible to achieve a zero carbon building through the other measures. So that's about the energy hierarchy. Should I speak to the 63% as well, or?
Well, in a moment we'll just come on to that. In terms of the principle of it, that's where it's come. I just wanted to get back to the principle. I appreciate it's something that's been used quite widely, but just in terms of this DPD, where it's come from and derived and taken forward on that. So I suppose the DPD, the strategy overall, the DPD, it's a suite of policies that then explore each step of the energy hierarchy as it goes on. So the most effective part first is NZC1 I'm going to get very confused with all these. I'll say policy 1. So say
2D.
Sorry, 2A, B and C. Sorry, 2A, B and C.
Yeah.
So 2A is the most effective, and then we move down the triangle, the diagram you've got in there. 2B is the next stage, and then as a last resort, I think, or as the least favourable, you have the carbon offsetting under policy
Precisely.
C. Okay, so that's the general strategy and thrust of it. Yeah, so I understand that. That's great. So we've made progress already. So excellent. So then, in terms of the targets, then in terms of the percentages, now perhaps it's a good time to talk about that. But I want to explore a little bit about, well, where the targets have come from. Firstly, but are the targets are more locally, they're above FS, the future home standard.
Shall we? Shall I?
Is this where you were going to come in?
Yes, it was about. It's what I was going to.
Okay, well, if that's where you're going to come in, then we'll explore.
So yeah, in terms of the minimum percentage reduction targets, which is obviously one of the first principles of NZC1, they're set against the baseline of building regulations. So in relation to new dwellings, the requirement under NZC1 sets a minimum 63% reduction of carbon emissions based on Building Regulations Part L 2021. This percentage reduction aligns with the government's Future Homes standard set to come into force in 2025. And again, just to reiterate that is 2021. In earlier versions, we based it on 2013, but in the Reg 19 version, we uprated it to the 2021. So the interim uplift in building regulations, so the 2021 uplift, which has come into force, that already recognises that it's universally feasible and viable to deliver more efficient buildings at a national scale. Beyond that, the Future Home Standard requires only a moderate fabric improvement and a heat pump, measures that we consider are not unusual in the industry, but must be accelerated to hit national and, in particular, the local carbon targets. So that's for new dwellings. I can come on to the essentially the non-residential next.
Yep, if you want to go on that, yep.
So for the non-residential development, and I guess alongside that is hotels and residential institutions, just for clarity, that requires a minimum 35% reduction in carbon emissions, and that is compared to Building Regulations 2013. Whilst the residential target was set to reflect the Future Homes standard, we couldn't replicate that for non-residential because the government hasn't stated their percentage reduction that will be delivered through the future building standard. The 35% was selected to reflect a reasonably ambitious improvement that was well precedented by existing local plans, notably London, which has a 35% reduction target, and Milton Keynes, which has a 39% reduction target. They were identified within the evidence base, the bioregional policy review. And development in those locations has complied for a number of years to demonstrate that that is technically feasible. The 35% carbon reduction compared to Building Regulations 2013, it remains improvement on today's building regulations. So we now have effectively the 2021 comparable. We didn't obviously at the time that DPD was in preparation. And the government states that represents a 27% reduction on 2013. So building regulations is now already a 27% in a reduction. The policy requires a 35% reduction. And those on-site requirements to achieve the 35% can be delivered through a combination of measures. It will vary by use and type, but for example, for offices, again, modest fabric upgrades and glazing upgrades and efficient lighting and services has been demonstrated to be able to achieve that. So again, sort of techniques or design features that are widely sort of used and applicable through the industry.
So building regs are saying 27% reduction, but your policy in here now saying it's then 35, so it's going beyond the building
Yep.
regs as we sit here today.
Yep.
But your argument is that that difference can be achieved by, I'm not very good with the
I think, yeah.
there's a so that extra difference can be dealt with through very easily or readily available.
I shall pass over to
I
Marina.
would say yes. So the exact measures that would be used are harder to specify across non-residential buildings because there's so much more variation in non-residential buildings than there is in homes. However, as Paul's mentioned, taking the example of offices, yes, it could be achieved with some moderate upgrades to fabric, to glazing, to lighting efficiency, and sometimes to services, for example. So yes, they are all deliverable with measures that are feasible and that exist today and are widely used. So yeah.
So that's what I was wondering. So something that's available now could then be applied more widely to make that difference.
Precisely, yeah.
Just going back to the residential figure, 63%. That's based on that's as we sit here today. Remind me what's the percentage in the building regs today? Would you say for numbers?
Compared to 2013 or compared to 2021?
21.
So the policy asks for a 63% reduction in the carbon emissions rate compared to Building Regulations Part L 2021, which is what we have in place today, yeah.
And that's the equivalent to the Future Homes standard.
Exactly, that's equivalent to the Future Homes standard, which will come in from 2025, yeah.
So the policy is effectively bringing in the FHS, not to jargonize it, I apologise for the Future Home Standard today rather than in 2025.
Exactly, that's what the policy is designed to do, and that was selected partly to be demonstrably in line with national policy ambitions, just accelerating them a little bit.
Is there any, obviously we've covered this a little bit this morning, but is there any sort of precedent other than the fact that you wanted to move things forward more quickly in achieving standards before 2025? Is there any other precedent or anything where we've gone local authorities have done above what government requirements are ahead of the game basically and look to provide more?
Absolutely, yes. I'm happy to
Do you
take that
want
one,
to-
Paul. Yeah, sure. So at the time of writing the DPD, the precedents that we had to go on were several years old. So people like London and Milton Keynes, so they went to about 35%, which was based on, I believe, studies of what they found was feasible in their area, and wasn't based on a future government standard. It was just what they thought was deliverable. However, as of the last couple of months, there are a handful of local plans coming out which are really exciting, actually, and are going far beyond what the Warwick plan is looking to do. So, for example, and I'm sure that George in the room will be aware of these too, the Bath and North East Somerset local plan, which I believe was approved by the inspector in December this year and was adopted in January, and the Cornwall Climate Emergency Development Plan document, which was, I think, had a positive review from the inspector in, I believe, January, and was adopted in February. Now, both of those local plans go beyond what Warwick is looking to do and what the government is looking to do in several ways. They don't just look at a carbon reduction percentage against Part L of building regulations. They take a completely different approach. So they set fixed energy use intensity targets. And those energy use intensity targets would actually have to use a completely different calculation to the one that's usually used in building regulations. They then require enough renewable energy on site to entirely match that energy use across the course of a year. And that makes those buildings truly net zero carbon. So both of those plans are kind of taking much more stringent and much more, shall we say, an approach that's much more divergent from national government policy and going above and ahead and beyond. And those have now both been adopted. So, yeah.
certainly in the case of the Cornwall plan, it's not as, it's a broader plan, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not just about considering focus plan. So the Cornwall, I think,
I would say both of them are slightly broader.
And both of them cover many more issues than just carbon, but they, the policies that I'm referring to just then about the energy use intensity, those are their policies relating to carbon. Yeah.
would you like to introduce and ask you the name?
Could you switch your microphone?
I'm guilty of that as well. I keep putting it on and turning it off.
Of course. So one of the main points I wanted to raise today was around the communication around some of the justification of the plan. And I'm hoping that was a really good point to bring this in, because we were talking about particularly policy 2A and the justification for that wanting to be to accelerate the future home standard and to accelerate that 63% uplift, which I agree there's plenty of precedent for and is a perfectly reasonable approach to take. But the justification, that I think the communication of that is a little bit misleading sometimes, because that is taken as a justification in some areas for the whole DPD, whereas actually the future home standard relates to just policy 2A. So once you get into policy 2B, C, and then obviously talking about embodied carbon and things, which is not for today, go beyond future home standard. So I think it's just one of those areas which could be communicated more clearly in the justification for the DPD overall.
Thank you. So the future home standard is the justification for policies NZC1, which is the overarching approach, NZC2A, which is the energy efficiency, so the fabric energy efficiency improvement. That policy was also designed to align with the fabric improvements that are represented by the future home standard notional spec in the building compared to the 21 spec. And then policy NZC2B, which is the renewable energy policy, yep, so it becomes a mouthful, is designed to, firstly, just to reiterate that 63%, and then to say, where possible, to go further. And the justification for that is more around the wider net zero carbon transition that needs to happen, what people like the Committee on Climate Change and others have said about what needs to happen in the new buildings as a sector in order to get on track for the national legislated carbon reduction targets, the carbon budgets that happen, reduced every 5 years. And also, just one more quick point, also the targets that have been committed to by Warwick District as part of their climate emergency commitments. So that I think we heard in the session earlier that was, I believe it was a 55% reduction by 2030, so 57% by 2030. So, and that's across all sectors within the district. 55, thank you. And that is basically going to need an enormous range of really ambitious measures to happen across the whole, all sectors in the county, not just new buildings. So this policy was designed to kind of not just do future homes, but to then go as much further as we can in order to get onto that trajectory that Warwick's already committed to, and which I believe was cited in the policy statement. Yeah.
So briefly, the justification basically lies in the analysis which is referenced within the bioregional policy review, which is the local analysis that shows that how Warwick can address the climate change target and what's needed for Warwick to do that and address its own target. And that is a significant reduction across all buildings, obviously noting that new buildings will be only a proportion of those. So there is, certainly, that justification for advancing as would be, the future homes, standard to reduce those carbon emissions to help the council achieve its targets, and by doing so, achieve the national carbon targets as well.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question? Well, I think there was also a point, that's the justification for it, but there was also a point about communication of it.
Yeah, so just I think an improvement of the justification would be required, because some areas of the justification points just to the future home standard, which, as we understand, this goes above and beyond that, particularly trying to deliver the regulated operational net zero on site, whereas future homes is just net zero ready, so it relies on the decarbonisation of the grid, whereas this is not. It's saying that we need to do it now and not rely on decarbonisation of the grid. So it's just a clearing up, a clarification,
right,
making sure that the justification is robust enough, rather than, I think it leans quite heavily just on the future homes acceleration point.
Okay, but yes.
I guess just to come back on that, the policies are, and when we're talking about the future home standard, we're essentially talking about how we've, I guess, arrived at the policies. The policies themselves are obviously quite specific in terms of the percentage carbon reductions required at each, step. So in terms of I guess a clear and sort of unambiguous policy, what does a developer need to do? The developer can then follow the policy and what's required at those. So I don't want us to get distracted about where it fits with the future home standard. Sort of very specifically, the policy sets out quite clearly what's required.
In terms of improving the justification of it, it's possibly one I'm attending tomorrow, that we're talking about some of the viability testing, but some wider modelled testing of the policies in terms of the building specification that would be required and the costings against those. And also, as part of the SA review, there was 3 options considered, which was do nothing, follow the national approach, which is future home standards, or adopt the DPD as it is, and that's quite a limited number of options to reviewed. So it kind of could be seen that the conclusion was sort of foregone in that respect in terms of adopting the DPD, because there could have been other policy levels or details that could have been set between do nothing, national, or the DPD as it stands. But that's possibly one for tomorrow.
It was something that was discussed briefly this morning as well in terms of the reasonable alternatives that we looked at. But again, yes, it may get picked up tomorrow in terms of points there and viability issues more widely, I suppose. Yes, he's not opposed to.
I mean, we did discuss, alternatives, and I guess in the session this morning, and covered sustainability appraisal in the session this morning. To some extent, it is for the council to obviously define what it considered is reasonable alternatives. As we discussed also, this morning, at the regulation 19 stage in the comments to that, that is the point at which 2 alternatives, were suggested. Just obviously, it's page again 60 of the regulation 22 report in the table there. Obviously, they were identified by I think RPS, Taylor Wimpey, those 2 alternatives. I think the comments actually from Barton Wilmore, obviously I suggested no identified deficiency areas in the essay. So. But yeah, we did obviously pick those alternatives up and then test them.
Yep, okay. Thank you. Martin, have you got anything you wanted to contribute to proceedings?
Yes, I have, Mr. McCormick. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm a resident of Warwick District for 40 years. I started the Building Performance Network 7 or 8 years ago, and I chair it now on a voluntary basis. Very simply, I very much support local authorities in terms of improving on building regs towards the eventual net zero by 2050. But my challenge on this specifically is that the title of this DPD is both incorrect and misleading. As Marina Goodyear pointed out, the exemplars that she spoke about, the Cornwall Council and the Bath and North East Somerset, are what she described as truly net zero carbon. And I agree with that entirely. This is not truly net zero carbon. It's not net zero carbon. The definitions of net zero carbon and zero carbon contained in the glossary, whilst the definitions are correct, the title does not agree with the definitions. And I made some suggestions through the consultation process that this should be, I made a couple of suggestions that there should be talking about transition to net zero regulated carbon, to have regulated in, because this DPD includes regulated carbon. It does not include unregulated carbon. Marina mentioned specifically the energy use intensity that are used in both the Cornwall and the Bath and North East Somerset example. They include both regulated and unregulated carbon. So the two suggestions I made was towards net zero regulated carbon or a transition to net zero regulated carbon. And following the approval on the 23rd of February of the Cornwall document being found sound by the planning inspector, I just wonder whether simply this could be Warwick District Council Climate Emergency DPD, as has been titled by Cornwall.
Okay. So,
yes, I support the rest of it. Yes, it could have gone further, of course, but it's good that it goes further than building regulations and towards the Future Homes standard, which I hope will be improved by the time we get to 2025. But in terms of the definitions that are around at the moment, both in various authorities and although there isn't a nationally accepted definition of these things yet, LETI, the London standard, has definitions which are, I think, pretty good. And there's an initiative called the Net Zero Carbon Buildings Framework Validation Initiative, a complicated name, being run by organisations such as UKGBC, of which I'm part of, that will be reporting later this year, that will be coming out with a set of recommended definitions. But the definition for net zero carbon will definitely include regulated and unregulated energy, and that the offsetting in terms of homes through on-site renewable energy through PV.
okay. I'm sure it's particularly a matter of soundness in terms of the title. I take the point in terms of the description and the definition. My role is to sort of deal with matters of soundness. I'm not sure the title of the plan perhaps is a soundness matter, but I can ask the council a question in terms of what Mr. Martin has said, and you've read his responses presumably as well. Is there a valid point there in terms of what the DPD is about, in terms of a transition towards net zero carbon, rather than it being net zero carbon? It's for the council to decide what it calls its own documents, obviously, but...
I guess with sort of that that in mind, obviously, as Mr. Martin has identified and has in his hearing statement, the sort of a nationally agreed definition of net zero carbon is something that is being sort of worked on, and we expect to see some more of that in the summer of this year. In terms of the DPD itself, the DPD is clear what the definition of net zero is for the purpose of the DPD, and that's at paragraph 4.1.1, which states that for the purposes of the DPD, net zero relates to regulated operational energy. In response to Mr. Martin's comments on the DPD, we have proposed some minor modifications to add further clarifications throughout the text, so that is effectively sort of repeated in more places through the DPD. But we do feel that, as you say, the title is the title. The DPD has a definition itself of what net zero it is for the purpose of the DPD, and the reader of the DPD can appreciate that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think, from memory, I think the suggestions were that you were going to focus that the DPD was dealing with regulated rather than unregulated carbon, and just to clarify that at various points throughout the document, was that right?
Yeah, it deals with only regulated carbon. And one of the reasons it does is to reflect national planning policy, which indicates that local standards should I think, reflect
National technical standards.
Technical standards.
Okay. Mr. Martin.
I understand what they're saying, that regulated is now apparently clear in the document. It wasn't necessarily clear in the original. In fact, it wasn't clear in the initial. In terms of misleading, I'd like to give you an example. The portfolio holder for climate change in Warwick District, at 2 events that I have attended, has stated publicly that if and when the net zero carbon DPD is approved, all new homes in Warwick District will be zero carbon. And this is basically completely incorrect. And I think that is part of the misleading issue of having net zero carbon as the title without having even regulated, net zero regulated carbon in the title. This document is certainly not net zero carbon.
Someone go first.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Martin. I really appreciate the perspective that you're bringing to this, because this is just from Bioregional's point of view, speaking alongside the council, but also from our own point of view, we've been struggling with that exact same challenge of how do you talk about net zero carbon, how do you define it, how do you manage it. I'm not going to tell the council, just as Paul said, it's up to the council to decide how they title their own documents, but I believe that, as Paul mentioned, the idea that we were pursuing at the time was basically just to align with national language and how it's defined, how it's talked about nationally. I agree that there is difficulty in terms of how it's spoken about and the methods used nationally to account for that in buildings, and that there is a lot of nuance that a lot of the general public and some readers of the document might not catch. On the other hand, the title of the DPD would get extremely long, would it not, if we went for net zero operational regulated carbon development plan document. I suspect that over time people are going to refer to it as the net zero DPD anyway. Although, yeah, I agree that it makes sense to have clarification in all of the text throughout to be clear that that's what it's referring to, and that there are other definitions, but this is the one we're using. So, yeah, thank you.
I think in a practical way forward, that might be a way to sort of navigate through this in terms of the council's already suggested that it's going to make some amendments in terms of the text itself, in terms of regulated as opposed to unregulated carbon it's going to be dealing with. Maybe it's just a case of tightening up the language in various points in the document itself to make that clearer, or to make that definition, to bring enough clarity to it rather than it just being in the title. Because I think the title, yes, is very important, but it should be the content of what's in there as well, perhaps. I don't know. The council have suggested a few ways forward on that. I don't know what you want to say on that.
Well, I don't know what the few ways forward are, but one of the added points that I'd make here is that developers who are then building in Warwick District to this DPD will be saying in their advertisements that we're building this to net zero carbon. And that won't be true. And already Warwick District Council have a development company called Milverton Homes, and they have publicised both on their website and in the press that they are going to be building zero carbon homes in Kenilworth, and they're not, well, zero carbon homes are impossible to achieve, and they're certainly not even net zero carbon. So I think there's an implication of, as and when this document is accepted, and I hope it's accepted because that's going to improve buildings in Warwick District, the question of it being correct and not misleading is, I think, incredibly important.
Yes, thanks, Inspector. Just a couple of points from me, if that's okay.
Yep.
With regards to, I mean, I don't think we should spend too long talking about the title of the document, but with regards to the title,
I think, in fairness, it's perhaps not just the title; it's the perception of that.
Absolutely.
Which isn't necessarily a sound issue, but I think it's quite important for us.
Yeah. So I suppose on that point. You put to Mr. Martin that, you know, maybe it's about the council tightening up the language in the DPD. I think the proposed changes we've identified in the schedule of proposed changes, submission document 11, in my opinion, they do tighten up the language and they do address those issues. Mr. Martin suggested a possible title for the DPD could be the Climate Emergency DPD, based on titles elsewhere. I would argue that the climate emergency is far more than, is about far more. It's more all-encompassing than what this DPD is about. This DPD is about net zero carbon buildings, and I suppose my only comment on the title would be, if I think we would do something differently in terms of the title, it would be to put the word buildings in there to make it clear that it's about net zero buildings. And then just another point on a different matter which has been raised, and that's about how far this DPD goes. And you know, quite rightly, other examples have been cited. And they've been cited as good examples in Cornwall and Bath and North East Somerset. The council has been very much of the view that it is of critical importance to adopt this DPD as early as possible. And we felt that there would be greater risks to adopting the DPD had we looked to do something to go beyond what we've submitted. It would have taken greater time to prepare, come at greater cost to the council, and there'd be greater risks in achieving a sound plan, because it would be going more beyond kind of national policy. Obviously, we've now got the benefit of the two examples cited. We didn't have the benefit of those when we were preparing the document. So I just wanted to make the point, really, that yes, there are other authorities that have gone beyond what this DPD is doing, but we still feel at Warwick that if this DPD is adopted, we will be ahead of the game compared to an awful lot of other councils. And just to add to that, as per the discussions at the session this morning, the council is working on a joint South Warwickshire local plan with Stratford-on-Avon, and that does give us the opportunity, and obviously the two other examples cited, Cornwall and Bath and North East Somerset, that gives us the opportunity to potentially develop even more rigorous and stringent climate change policies through that plan.
Just wanted to support Mr. Martin's concerns on the title. I think it is kind of a crux to the discussions today about trying to define actually what net zero means and make sure it's not misleading. I agreed. I was going to raise the point around the climate change strategy or action plan would be a little bit much more kind of broader than that, as Ms. Comfort's already raised. So I agree with that statement, because a true net zero strategy, we would have to start looking at transport emissions and waste emissions and resource efficiency. So I agree possibly a more appropriate title could be something along the lines of operational net zero carbon buildings. So adding buildings in there might provide some clarity, but we want to make sure there isn't the confusion about potential developers in the area that are committing to net zero homes if that is not the case. So I do support that.
Okay, thank you. If we move on then to another point, if there's nothing else to say on that one. Just to go back to the policy itself and the size thresholds, I just wanted to ask a question about the thresholds and the thinking behind that in terms of the non-residential floor space and the policy applying to that, which are over 1,000 square metres. I'm just wanting to sort of get a feel for where that's come from and why that's the threshold that's been set. Somebody?
I think I guess considering the context of both the thresholds, I think it's fair to say that the council, I guess, seeks for the policies requiring the carbon reductions to apply as much as possible, but also I guess wanted to take a sort of a practical position in relation to the size of developments, and it was, I guess, as a result of that the policy applies to one or more dwelling. I think, as we sort of covered earlier, actually achieving what the policy seeks to do can be I guess the carbon reductions that NZC1 seeks could be achieved with sort of moderate upgrade in fabric efficiency, a heat pump. So measures that are sort of widely used, quite common, already. And then in terms of the non-residential, obviously the threshold, 1,000 square metres, the same, I guess, as a major, development threshold. I think, again, that threshold was chosen from a sort of practical development management point of view. I think also recognising, as we mentioned earlier, that compliance, with the policy, the different sort of uses within the non-residential, sector may find compliance with the policy higher. So the threshold is in effect set slightly higher for the non-residential. But obviously, as you know, that includes hotels and residential institutions. So it's a non-dwelling policy on that side. Yeah. Effectively, yeah. See, yes, BREEAM is currently within the local plan policy CC3, and that requires non-residential development over the 1,000 square metre threshold to achieve a minimum BREEAM standard of very good. So when the net zero DPD, the DPD policies, as we've just talked about, are very much focused on reducing carbon emissions from buildings. We recognise that the BREEAM standard, that's a component of the BREEAM standard, but that's not the sole focus of the BREEAM standard. And we didn't identify any sort of BREEAM standard that would therefore deliver the carbon reductions sought by NZC1. So that is I guess a justification really for why BREEAM sort of isn't in the policy, in the sense that BREEAM is very much wider than carbon reductions, and the policies are very much focused on carbon reductions. That's not to say that we don't support BREEAM, as a standard, and obviously this was raised through the representations, and as submitted within section 12.1 of the DPD, it indicates that policy CC3 would be superseded, and you'll note within the some modifications that we've proposed that actually it doesn't need to be superseded. The policies of the DPD are actually complementary to that policy, and BREEAM can sit alongside the DPD policies.
If I could add to that as well.
Comment on that. I agree with that. BREEAM, unfortunately, as a former director of BRE, BREEAM is not a delivery mechanism for zero carbon, which is a shame, but it's a fact. And BREEAM, very good, as Marina has said. You don't have to achieve the energy credits. So really, having BREEAM as part of a DPD, although there are benefits, other benefits of BREEAM, it's a waste of time completely. You would need to go way beyond BREEAM, very good, excellent, outstanding on-site construction in order to start towards carbon reduction. But I agree entirely, this is about carbon reduction, and certainly BREEAM Very Good is not going to assist at all.
So you agree with the council's...
Correct, absolutely, yeah.
I've also read somewhere, I think in this submission statement, something about the British standard being included, but the council considered the British standard, let me get this right, 40101.
Correct.
And the council considered including the requirement for an assessment on that, but decided not to do that. A couple of questions on that. I think one was the first reason the council gave.
Comment on that?
I'm asking the council.
Oh, sorry.
If that's sorry, if I ask the council first, and then if you've got something to say, Mr. Martin, I'll bring you in.
This was raised by Mr. Martin, I believe, through his
Sorry,
comments.
apologies, Mr. Martin. I just read so much stuff out there. But, yeah,
But
okay,
I'm happy to provide an initial sort of response.
you can do, and then we can get Mr. Martin.
Yeah. This is understood to be a building performance evaluation standard relating to post-occupancy monitoring, and that post-occupancy monitoring was considered by the council, during the development of the DPD. However, sort of in considering it, I guess the council, from a sort of development management sort of practical point of view, I guess needs to be able, if it's asking for this post-occupancy monitoring, it needs to be able to be confident that it can resource what it actually does with this post-occupation monitoring. And during the preparation of the DPD, the council considered that it didn't have sort of sufficient resource really within development management to be able to evaluate that information alongside its standard, planning functions, and also obviously enforce such monitoring on occupants of new housing, and the actions sort of resulting, from that. I think it's something that obviously in the response to Mr. Martin's comments that raised that, it's something that the council may look to consider again through the South Warwickshire, local plan.
Yeah, if I just come in there, Inspector. To clarify, I certainly don't think we are committing ourselves in any way to including that within the South Warwickshire Local Plan. However, what we are saying is we will consider it. So I think I just wanted to give that clarity. I suppose I would make the point if we thought inclusion of the British standard was of, let's say, critical importance, then perhaps it would have been in this DPD. So I think our position is we didn't feel it was.
Sorry, so the decision isn't just purely based on the fact that the resource issue would be a problem. It was the views taken. It's not. It'd be a nice to have, but it's not essential.
Yeah,
Well, I suppose what I'm saying, the resource issue isn't something that prevented you from doing something that.
no, I suppose the resource issue doesn't prevent you from doing something, but it certainly has to be taken into consideration.
Martin.
It's absolutely crucial, absolutely crucial. So one of the things that the DPD doesn't do adequately, in my view, is deal with the performance gap. Now, the performance gap is the difference between what is designed and what happens in use. So building regulations are based that you design to comply with a standard. Okay? The new DPDs that we're talking about, and basically what happens in use is the performance gap, and that performance gap can be, from research that the government have done, anything between 2 and 4 times the amount of energy. So for example, a school that we did fairly recently was using 5 times more energy than the design. So you have to adequately deal with the performance gap, and building regulations, the 2021 building regulations, does not deal with the performance gap. Now, BS 40101 is something that the organisation I chair developed funding from Innovate UK, from government, and worked in partnership with British Standard to produce this British Standard with a review team of about 30 professionals and experts over an 18-month period, and it was published on the 31st of January last year, 31st of January 2022. So my question is, why wouldn't you have a British Standard as part of your DPD? It just doesn't make sense. In terms of the cost implications of it, you would basically put this as a requirement on the developer, that basically the DPD, as you go through, it's on a triage system. You do the first stage, the second stage. If the second stage doesn't come up to the targets, you then need to do the third stage. So it's a way of improving the performance of the buildings to make sure that you negate the performance gap to as low as you can get. And it's absolutely crucial if we're to achieve these carbon reductions.
Is this something that's being applied elsewhere then, or is this something that?
It's new.
It's brand new. I appreciate it's done.
It's only 13 months in.
But is there any examples of where that's been applied?
There are examples that I know of in Scotland on a series of schools that are being developed by Archetype. Most of the members of the Building Performance Network are applying BS 40101. But it's something, it's a British standard, and, as occupiers get to grips with the cost of living requirements and energy, how do I improve the energy performance? Having your building built where BS 40101 has been used would give you the confidence as part of an advertising, a marketing view from a developer that the performance gap has been minimised through the use of this British standard.
So would you say that in your view, the fact that the British standard doesn't appear in the DPD, then what's your view on that in terms of the soundness of the plan?
I think it reduces the effectiveness of the carbon reduction. And the amount of that affection, is only going to be understood if somebody looks at the performance of the building. It's like, you know, if you were nowadays going out to buy a petrol or a diesel car, and it says on the windscreen in the showroom that this will do 70 miles to the gallon, and you get home and it's doing 20 miles to the gallon, you'd be straight back and say, this isn't fit for purpose. Unfortunately, people don't understand really the performance of the buildings that they own or live in, and they just accept what the energy use is in the actual building. So it's a way of protecting the occupier, something that the developers can market in terms of being better than other buildings that are around. And from the point of view of Warwick District Council wanting to show leadership in this, is the way they're showing leadership with the DPD and trying to minimise the performance gap is exactly what they should be doing.
Okay, so I'll just go back to my previous question. I think you kind of answered it, but didn't. So in terms of soundness, the lack of the British standard in there, you said it would reduce the effectiveness of the carbon reduction.
Correct. The process of BS 40101 is about reducing the performance gap, which is all about reducing the amount of energy and carbon.
Yes, I understand that. I think my question was really to do with soundness. So fundamentally, you're saying it reduces the effectiveness. So therefore, if it reduces the effectiveness, would you say that by not having it in the development plan document, it would make it unsound or not? Would you go that far?
Wow. Well, what it would mean is that the percentages that have been talked about on this side of the room earlier, potentially, almost certainly, will not be achieved. So does that make it unsound? I'm not the expert in soundness.
I'll take your comment. Okay. All right, plethora. I'll take your view and then we can get a response from the council, I think, if that makes sense.
Thank you. The British Standard is a fantastic tool, but I don't believe it's kind of not having it included in the DPD affects its soundness, because I agree the performance gap is a challenge, and I think it is a fantastic tool, but the performance verification tools that are being used in the DPD are in line with the national standards in terms of using building regulations to do that. I did have a note on the as-built verification triggers that are being proposed in the DPD, in that they're likely to be quite onerous in terms of post-completion kind of approvals and clearing conditions. So I did make a suggestion in our reps that the verification could be changed to an as-built energy strategy, which could be compared to the design stage energy strategy, rather than a plot-by-plot basis, just to reduce the volume of condition clearances that the council will have to undertake, which can be quite numerous at times, having carried them out myself in the past. And also it would allow for, obviously, block compliance. So it's standard under building regulations that you might not have every dwelling within either a terrace or a block of flats all complying individually, but as a block, as long as they're compliant with building regulations, that is appropriate. So it would allow more flexibility in order for plots to take that approach to showing compliance with DPD, rather than requiring every single plot to show individual compliance.
Comment on a document submitted by Warwick District Council as part of... Sorry.
would say if the council would probably encourage developers to apply such standard on a voluntary basis, and I think within the DPD actually at paragraph 5.9, it does recommend the use of recognised quality assurance process to ensure as-built performance and address this issue of the performance gap, but it's very much a sort of recommend rather than a requirement. So, and I guess to an extent we support what Mr. Martin is saying in terms of that element of the performance gap, as was also touched on. The policies do have a mechanism to address that performance gap, which is obviously the energy statement at the pre-submission stage, but then also requesting a requirement at the sort of preoccupation stage, so as built preoccupation, essentially sort of check of that energy statement. Obviously that is with a view also for implications for offsetting, but within the DPD there is already some provision for I guess to assess as built performance. It doesn't go as far as sort of I guess post occupancy monitoring, but the DPD does include some measures to reduce the performance gap. Did you want to add anything more on that?
Yeah, I'd love to. So it is on. Yeah, okay. I've got a couple of questions. One of them is going to involve passing points back to our colleagues on the other side. The first point I wanted to make, though, was that with regards to the performance gap versus the targets that are set in the draft DPD, Mr. Martin's absolutely right. Performance gap is a massive problem facing the building industry and the net zero carbon challenge in this country. And as George mentioned, the difference in occupation can be huge. The problem with attempting to impose a sort of as-built in-use performance standard through the DPD, in my view, is that the tools that we have available to us, so the building regulations calculations, so that's SAP and SBEM, those are the methods that you use to calculate a building's energy use and carbon emissions for building regs compliance purposes. Those are just that, they are compliance tools. They are not designed to actually predict in-use energy performance. They don't do that, it's not what they're designed to do. And therefore, I just don't quite see how actual in-use monitoring would ever really be expected to verify that you've performed against a policy that just says achieve X percentage improvement using the building regs calculations. It's just a completely different animal, as it were, in terms of what your target is and what you're measuring. So as George has mentioned, if you measured these in use, you probably wouldn't be able to say that they had achieved it, because the calculation method is not one that is designed for predicting operation. It's designed to sort of say, have you built to a certain standard? Have you used X amount of insulation? Have you used X performance glazing? Have you used X performance heating system and so on? It doesn't actually tell you what it's going to do in practice. So that's my... Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It's a quality assurance program. Okay? It's not a checklist, quality assurance program. And most of BS 40101 is done before occupation. The fourth stage is in use, but the primary is about ensuring the quality assurance of the build for a percentage of unit, in terms of housing I'm talking about in this particular instance, in terms of a percentage of homes on a particular site, depending on the size of the development, where you would do this triage approach as part of the quality assurance. And as Ms. Goodyear has said, within the document that was presented as part of the DPD, the Energy and Sustainability Policy Review document, on page 11. Sorry.
I'm swearing. Mr. Joe was in the middle of
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I jumped in, so I'll let you go for this just as a quick response. Just pause and let us finish.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you. Yeah, so when I said checklist, when I was agreeing with checklist, I'm not talking about BS 40101. I mean, the SAP and the SBM calculations are not, yeah, exactly, that's it. So yeah, and as Paul has mentioned, we do encourage the use of such tools, and that could be something that could be scoped into further guidance, which I believe we're in the process of, we've kind of submitted a scope of potential further guidance that we suggest developing, and the use of such tools could be part of that as one of the ways that you could demonstrate that you've built to the standard you said you were going to build to. And I think it could be a really useful one for that. The other thing that I wanted to pass back briefly was when the inspector asked about examples of where this is being used, you've got some great examples of where it's being used in practice in a development. We're not aware, as far as I know, of any examples of such a standard being in a local plan document or a DPD. As we've seen today and as we will see tomorrow, every single piece of a DPD requirement gets subjected to extreme scrutiny about showing that it's feasible, showing that it's necessary, showing that it's viable. What are the cost uplifts? Are there enough skilled professionals in the industry to perform these checks and so on? And we just didn't feel that we had that evidence available to us to set that as a minimum requirement at the time. That's not to say that it's not desirable. It is very, very, very desirable. And that would be why we would want to include it in the further guidance if possible. But that's one of the reasons why we didn't choose to pursue it in the DPD as a requirement, a minimum mandatory requirement. Thank you. That's about it.
There was one more sort of reason as to why I guess the council hasn't pursued this sort of in-use performance monitoring, and the approach that it's taken is essentially a pre-occupation check, as it would be. That is quite common. It's something that can be imposed as part of a planning condition, that preoccupation, that there is this performance check, acknowledging that it's not going to be 100% perfect, basically. We foresaw, I guess, potential practical problems with an in-use performance monitoring approach in the same vein, in terms of its sort of enforceability and I guess the responsibility for addressing any issues that arose from that monitoring. Obviously, at the point of occupation, sort of a new house would obviously in effect pass to its new owner, and I think the council came to the point of view that was it reasonable for that new owner to essentially pick up any defects in the building that are identified through that post-performance monitoring. So from sort of almost from the planning perspective, in terms of how the development management side of things, I think that sort of enforceability issue was also something that the council was mindful of.
Yeah, so BS 40101 is about building performance evaluation, a quality assurance process. It's not about performance and use monitoring. That is an additional part. This is a quality assurance program. So imagine what happens, if a resident of a home understands that their home constructed by blogs and blogs developers is using 5 times more energy, and they just go and publicize that. I'm sure the developer is not going to be happy and is going to do something about it. This is to help the occupier, help the developer, help the local authority in terms of having a quality assurance process. And as Ms Goodyear has said, within the documentation presented by Warwick District Council, it specifically says that the calculation methods used in building performance are very poor predictors, their words, of actual energy performance. And in fact, the carbon factors used, it's the entire methodology that's wrong. So when we referred earlier to the Cornwall Climate Emergency DPD and the Bath and North East Somerset, they're using, as Ms Goodyear pointed out, a completely different way of evaluating these buildings, not using SAP and SBEM. But the way that Warwick District are doing it at the moment, our SAP and SBEM and BS 40101, would certainly help to negate the performance gap.
I just wanted to move on to the energy.
If I would just start on that. In terms of it, I guess, being reasonable, obviously, in the context of the DPD and the council's, climate emergency, achieving a reduction in, obviously, carbon emissions to achieve its climate objectives is obviously justified. Obviously, the policies to demonstrate compliance with the policies will obviously require, that energy statement. We've provided the examination with some an outline of the further, guidance in that regard. It I guess appears of a technical nature, but I guess the point that I would make is of the policies within the DPD obviously aligned themselves with building regulations. So the data that would be required within the energy statement is data that would already be produced alongside compliance, with building regulations. And I guess it need not be a particularly, lengthy statement in that regard. I don't know if you want to say any more about the energy statement itself.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've worked on energy statements for various local planning applications, and also from the other side, from the developer side and from the council side. Basically, we've kind of contracted on both sides at bioregional, and essentially they can be as long and complex or as short and simple as your energy strategy is. So if you just had one house, you just say, my walls are going to have this much insulation, my windows will be this value, my roof will have this, my air tightness is this, I'm going to use a heat pump or similar, and it will spit out the numbers for you, and that will say, okay, well, we'll achieve this % reduction. And no, I really don't think it should be a hugely onerous problem. They're obviously, in the case of larger or mixed-use sites, they get longer because you might look at different types of buildings, different specifications for those different types of buildings, and you might even have a kind of longer section up front saying how you explored different types of low and zero carbon energy technologies. Quite a lot of, longer, more complex energy statements include something like that if it's for a larger or more complex site. But then in that case, it would be less of a huge burden purely because the developer's already investing a massive amount into the design and planning of that site. So it's kind of a small addition to, in the grand scheme of the wider range of issues they'll be looking at. And you would hope that they would be looking into those things anyway, if as part of planning a larger site, to make sure that it's actually deliverable and can meet general other policy requirements. I think that's probably all I need to say at that stage, but I can keep going if you like. Oh, sorry, one tiny further point. We are intending to, as mentioned in the scope of additional guidance, we're hoping to include a bit more clarity on how that energy statement would be expected to look for different types, sizes and scales of development. So what would we expect from a single home scheme? What would we expect from a sort of 10 home scheme, major and super major? And also what would we expect to outline planning and what would we expect to reserve matters and so on? So we are looking to develop that.
You just preempted my next question. So very good. Yeah, I think that clarity would be really useful. I think certainly from the feedback that I've read and the responses that have come in, that seems to be a major bone of contention, I suppose is the way you put it. I think that would certainly be useful. Certainly the point as well about the scale of the statement required, from a single dwelling to 10 dwellings or whatever the range might be, that could be very helpful. And again, that's probably something that's going to come forward in some further guidance, which I know the council is actively looking at the minute as well. So that would be useful. Yes, would you like to?
Yeah, exactly that point was on the clarity around particularly the outline versus detailed applications and for smaller applications. So it's great that that's coming forwards. I as well carry out energy statements, and I think with that additional guidance, it will provide everything we need. So I've got no concerns about kind of the level of detailed technical information required in those reports. I think the only concern is around the outline application, because all of the targets included in the DPD are an output of the SAP calculations and often an outline application stage when we've just got a site layout. You could produce a notional SAP calculation, but it's just not really worth kind of the assessment of it in terms of the accuracy. You would be just sort of almost making up a house in your head and then modelling that one, or trying to find a house from a similar site or a building, for non-residential. And as we've heard, non-residential assessments vary wildly. So I think that will take quite a lot of kind of thought about how to approach outline applications and determine how they're going to comply with this policy.
Yeah, just on that point in terms, well, the further guidance point, does the council have in mind a timescale for when that might be? Given that obviously the council is emphasising this speed is important for getting this DPD in place, but then equally, if you've got the DPD, you do need to have that relevant guidance alongside it for it to be quite effective. Does the council have any thoughts on the guidance timescales, particularly? I know there's quite a few different further guidance points that have been raised in recent weeks in terms of what the council is proposing to do, but particularly with the energy statement, I think that's quite a crucial one for today. Do you have any view on that, please?
Yes, so we've obviously already started scoping the additional guidance, hence the appendix to our written statement. Our plan is to prepare that guidance as soon as possible. We have identified it as, sorry, let me just find it. We've identified it as SPD in our LDS. I suppose there's a question over whether it needs to be formal supplementary planning, have formal supplementary planning document status, or whether less formal supplementary planning guidance would suffice. In terms of delivery, we've put in the LDS adoption Q1 2024. However, the reality is we would be looking to produce this guidance as soon as possible so that pretty much upon adoption of the DPD, that guidance is in place. So I suppose notwithstanding what we've said there in the LDS, if we were to produce this as guidance which didn't have the formal SPD status, it would probably enable us to produce it more quickly and then for it to be in place upon adoption of the DPD. And I think I'd just add in terms of that guidance is important both for applicants, but also for our development management colleagues in assessing planning applications and understanding what the expectations are for energy statements which are submitted.
Yeah, exactly that really. So the point I was going to make is that, you know, it's important that both sides are fully clear about what the requirements are going to be and also how to analyse it really and how to assess it, given that, you know, there are implications of what the outfall of the energy statement might say in terms of emissions or whatever that might be, and you know, how that might be addressed through the policies as well. So that's going to be quite a key piece of work. Just in terms of the energy statement so far, up until this point, has there been much discussion, communication with the development sector as to what's in that before? And I appreciate the point that a lot of the information is going to be things that like dealt with through building regulations and all this, you know, all that information as well, stuff that was already going to be ready, available. But in terms of the actual energy statement itself and the prospect of it being there, has there been much discussion with developers, industry, and those sorts of people in terms of it coming forward here? Is it something that's produced in one form or another already? Are people aware of it effectively, is what I'm saying? Up until the part, as the DPD has been emerging, are people aware that it's coming?
So picking up the last point there, Warwick District Council has been, I suppose, proud to have having been producing this DPD, and yes, we've already touched on the fact that there may be a couple of local authorities that have looked to do something beyond what this DPD does. But going back to a point I made earlier, this is going beyond what most local authorities are currently doing. So because of that, we have been making it widely known that we are developing this DPD. I think there's obviously been the public consultations, there's been press releases, use of our social media. I don't think it will be a surprise to the development industry in the that are active in the area. It's certainly something when we have conversations with developers and promoters, whether that be about specific sites, known allocated sites, or discussions about the South Warwickshire local plan, invariably the net zero carbon DPD will be a discussion point. So whilst as part of this, the preparation of this DPD, we haven't, I suppose, actively engaged with the development sector solely on energy statements. I certainly don't think it would be a surprise that this is something that the council's looking to bring in.
I was just going to make the point that obviously within Warwick district there hasn't been a requirement for such a statement, but within sort of many districts, not too far from here, it is very common now. Obviously within the policy review, we identify a number of precedents that are relatively close, such as Milton Keynes, Oxford, I think obviously South Oxfordshire, London. Any more?
Oh, there are so many. It's
Cambridge and Lincolnshire. Yeah. So I guess the point is it's increasingly more commonplace for these assessments to be provided, at the application stage, and certainly for a developer, obviously that works across multiple areas, it will be very sort of standard common for them.
And I suppose with that more prevalence now, I suppose it'll be quite useful. Perhaps these places do have some guidance as well. It'd be useful to sort of keep an eye on and look at.
Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of guidance out there that we can draw on. So the London plan specifically has loads of great templates. A lot of people have been borrowing from the London plan into using their local plan documents and their local plan guidance. Obviously, we'd have to adjust it to make sure that it reflects all the different metrics that we're asking for, and the form that we're asking for those metrics in the Warwick Development Plan document. But yeah,
and that was essentially a starting point of the scoping note that is with the council's examination statement, is from a review of other existing examples of the requirements for energy statements. So yeah, it's based on real world examples in that regard.
Okay, thank you. That's brought me to the end of my points, but yes.
Yes, sorry, just one other point to make on that. Obviously, the nature of what's required in an energy statement depends upon the policy requirements, but it's also worth saying that very many councils across the country have had requirements for energy statements in some form for quite a long time, particularly around the 10% renewables requirement that an awful lot of local authorities have had in place. So whilst I suppose what we're looking at here is a more detailed energy statement, I think the idea and the principle of production of energy statements is not necessarily a new thing to the development industry.
Thank you, sorry for the microphone. To come back to the point about how when you're making an outline application, you obviously don't know a lot of the details. Absolutely true. On the other hand, there are certain assumptions you can make, and you'll generally have an idea about the number of homes, the range of sizes of homes that you can make, and the way that I've seen this addressed in some outline applications that I've worked on. So, for example, in fact, I think alongside Barton Wilmore at the time, some colleagues of yours in the planning team were working on an application for a huge new development out in Essex, and it essentially just made some assumptions about the range of house sizes that would be delivered, a few of the house types that would be delivered, the interventions that could be made in those houses to deliver the carbon reduction that was being sought by the local authority in that case, and a bit of a discussion about the kinds of renewable energy that could be suitable in that setting. Not to say these are the exact ones that we will use, but just to say we've identified that these technologies could be suitable and these are the reductions that they could deliver. So that's the kind of guidance that we could give in the further guidance that could be delivered, such as we understand that there'll be some uncertainty. We understand that some of these will be assumptions that you'll have in your outline energy statement, but we still want to see that you've thought through the process and that it's in your mind, and that you are actively exploring the opportunities that there are. So whether that's heat networks, solar panels, heat pumps, etc. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that's helpful. So that's useful. So just as an indication, then is the anticipation, the expectation that a more firmed up energy statement would then come forward at a reserve matters application based on the assumptions made in the first one, the broad assumptions made in the outline application. Is that
Absolutely
right?
That's exactly it. And on outline applications, obviously, they quite often come forward in individual phases, which might not all be delivered by the same developer sometimes. So we'd expect each of those phase developers to give you a kind of much more firmed up, much more detailed, more concrete version of that. And you could ask, for example, for the reserved matters energy statements to explain how they differ from the outline one. Or you may not even care about that so long as they achieve the overall required percentage reduction. That will be something that we'd need to look into as we develop the further guidance.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Understood that. As I was about to say, that's brought me to end of all my points. Does anybody else have anything further they wish to add or raise before we draw to a close this afternoon? I'll take silence as yes. Or no, even. Oh! Okay, just yours, yes.
I think one of the questions that was set out in your matters and issues statement was around impact on housing delivery and development. And I think there's some reps that have already been raised about kind of concerned about build cost uplifts or skilled labour demand and things like that. But the point I wanted to raise today was just pointing out that on the Future Homes Impact Assessment, which is one of the kind of supporting documents, one of our evidence documents, it does recognise that the Future Homes Standard would provide a negative impact on additional housing. And obviously the DPD goes beyond Future Home Standard. So I just wanted to raise that there's a little bit of conflict in the kind of evidence around that point, that I believe the council statement at one point said that there wasn't any evidence that we would have any negative impact on additional housing, whereas we do have some of that evidence provided by the Future Home Standard Impact Assessment.
Thank you for that. Yeah, the Future Homes Impact Assessment, is that in the examination library? Or where can I find that?
It is, that is... Ooh, not sure it is actually.
Yeah, I couldn't see it.
No.
Is that something that could be added? Is that possible? That's been referred to?
We can certainly get a copy of it and we'll supply that to the council. Perhaps it can
Pass
go
that
online.
to I'll let Mr. Kemp know and he can.
Of course, yeah.
Give it
And just to note, the way that the Future Homes Impact Assessment was used in the evidence base for the Warwick DPD was purely as a source of evidence that it was feasible to deliver these buildings with the technologies that exist today, and also as a source of cost data. So primarily it was as a source of cost data. So the Future Homes Impact Assessment includes a national estimated cost uplift for the fabric only aspects of Future Home Standard, and that's where we got our part of the cost data that was used in the viability assessment. But we'll come to that in more detail tomorrow, I imagine. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, it would be useful to have that. If we can have that done fairly quickly, because it would be quite useful to have that for tomorrow's session as well. That would be fantastic. Thank you. And if that can also be on the website as well, Mr. Kemp can. I'm looking at him, but he's not looking at me. He's engrossed. So make sure that goes on to the examination library tonight, if possible. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Yes, so my personal knowledge of the Future Homes Impact Assessment is limited. So I make this comment with that in mind. But based on the fact that government has plans to press ahead with the Future Home Standard, And, this is a government that has recently restated its desire to see 300,000 homes a year delivered. Given, yes, there may have been some concerns in that impact assessment, but that hasn't stopped them proceeding with the standard. And so when we're looking at an acceptable impact on housing delivery, I suppose I would make the argument that government don't think the application of the Future Home Standard will have an unacceptable impact upon housing delivery, given that they've got the stated ambition of delivering 300,000 homes a year, which is not currently being achieved.
Agreed, yeah, and I don't think that it should stop the DPD going ahead in terms of the impact on housing additionality. It just, I think, would be more robust in order to recognise that. So when we get further down the line and, like you say, you've got development managers determining applications, that they have a better understanding of how these impacts might affect the viability or feasibility of sites going forwards in the future. So don't think it's a absolutely red light, but it's something that I think should be recognised and should be incorporated somehow.
And I think that's recognised within the policy itself in terms of the